Good morning, traders. Happy PPI day. How's everyone doing? What a pump. So we had this huge pump from news, and it hasn't really even retraced the news yet. So it'll be interesting to see how the market opens. I could see both scenarios, honestly. It could dump at the open and come back and retrace the news, or even come back even further and like fill a regular trading hours gap, or the momentum from the news could just continue upwards. So kind of interested in watching that. If there's good momentum and it's like carrying in one direction and not choppy, might be worth it to take a small position and just ride the momentum at the open. But so far, I'm actually going to put an anchored VWAP on the news candle. It's above it right now. It's holding above it. So we'll see if it drops down below it and gets some momentum to the downside. And we didn't quite make it to all-time highs, but not far away. 24.69. So it was about 28 points away from all-time high. So if this thing continues momentum to the upside at the open, it's easily going to pass that. We're definitely getting into that territory where there's not really any like resistance levels to play off of overhead, really. So if this thing doesn't get some sort of pullback, it's going to be hard to trade if it just keeps going up. We'll see what we get. What do you guys think in the chat? Are we going to retrace at the open? We're going to get a pullback? Or do you think this is just going to continue up? The momentum is going to stay bullish at the open. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are. Did anyone trade PPI? Take some trades during it? I feel like that's a little crazy to do, but some people do it. Let's go regular trading hours. 23,877 is where we closed yesterday. That's a big pullback if it comes all the way down there. That'd be around London and Asia low. We'd have to come all the way back down here pretty much to have it be a gap fill for regular trading hours. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering the same, Scott. A lot of times when a news candle is released an hour before the market opens, that similar momentum will happen in the New York session too, just because like you said, it hasn't had a chance to trade that news yet. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it pumps at the open either. Might be an opportunity to take a tiny little scalp long at the open if there's that momentum up. We shall see. I would love to see more of a pullback though. Man, that if it came down to this London and Asia low and grabbed that liquidity and filled the regular trading hours gap, I feel like that would be a gift. If buyers showed up there, could be a good opportunity. Okay, Lost Texan took a little short on that news candle retracement. We're already starting to get another little move up, and it hasn't even opened yet. We have exciting news the rest of the week. We should have quite a bit of volatility. CPI tomorrow, and then consumer sentiment on Friday, and then rate decision next week. Crazy times. The summer slowness is over. I didn't even check gold. Was it affected by the news at all? Not a ton. Looks like it got a little bit of a pullback at the news, but it's retracing some. ES is pulling back. Well, maybe our guess was wrong. Maybe we're going to get a pullback before the pump. We shall see. Wow. Almost all the news candle has been retraced already. Let's see if this momentum continues and it comes all the way back down to fill that gap, come down to London low at like 880. Coming to VWAP. Are we going to get a bounce here? That retraced the whole news candle. That was the news candle right there. So it came down to the bottom of it. And that's where VWAP is. So that could be the full retracement. I'm going to wait for this thing to settle though. Still looking a little bit heavy. Kind of looks like it wants lower. Nice little spot for a pullback right here. Come down to 23,880. Yep. If it's going to bounce here, it needs to go. Not looking like it wants to yet. Still dropping. I'm glad we're getting a pullback, honestly. It's going to make things a lot easier to trade today because then we actually have some levels down here that we can watch and play off of. If it just pumped up to all-time highs, then I was going to be like, I don't know, guys. Not a whole lot you can do with that. It's trying to hold here. Yeah, running market is hard to trade. Running, like all-time highs running is definitely hard to trade. All right, let's start marking off some of our opening range levels. This is our New York anchored VWAP. It is holding the session VWAP and the retracement of the news candle. It's getting a little buy up from there. kind of watching to see if that was the extent of the pullback. So it just retraced the news candle, held VWAP, and now it's going to continue. Or if maybe we're just getting a little bounce and we're going to reject again and come back down to this London and Asia low. Staying patient today. Lots of volatility back in the market. I don't want to jump into anything too soon. Kind of just chopping around here for now. It's not acting like it's wanting to bounce and go to the moon, though. It, to me, looks like it wants lower. But it might chop around a little bit before that happens. All right, we're getting our second kind of break below VWAP. I wonder if this is the one that's going to hold. Still eyeing this bar right here, 23,870 to 880. If we get a good reaction there, might tick along. Good morning, Nick. Good morning, Shez. You got in and out. Did you ride that momentum down? Love to see it. Those are the best days ever when you take like one good trade and you're done for the day. Those are the best. Man, it's really hovering right here. All those big jumps, like where it just jumps down and then it gets bought right back up. That's what I don't like about this right now. It makes me feel like it wants lower, but it's so jumpy. Look at that opening candle on the 15-minute. It's just big ol' red candle straight down. If this thing does stay heavy and it doesn't bounce at Asia and London low, I could see it coming down to 23,850. 23,840, 850. It hasn't tested yesterday's point of control yet. So if it keeps coming down, we'll see what happens at Asia and London low. If it doesn't react there, maybe it can come down to point of control. Yeah, I thought so too, G-Man. I thought we'd get a little pump at the open and then a retracement, but it just went straight down. And now it's kind of hovering. All right, clearly below VWAP at this point. Definitely think we're getting lower. Kind of missed the opening momentum, but that's all right. I didn't want to feel like anxious and rushing into it. And that first, like, if you zoomed to the 1 minute chart, all of that happened in the first 1 minute. And since then, it kind of hasn't moved a ton. So you would have had to been quick with your fingers to catch that. It is coming back up to VWAP for a retest. Good morning, Maverick. Taking a small position short here. Came back up and retested VWAP. And I still feel like it wants lower. At least London and Asia liquidity down below. And then this thing is getting heavy. So I'm going to take one off in that area. And then leave some to point of control, which is down at 840. So it is breaking out of the 15-minute opening range at this point. Don't want to see that buy up. Come on. Yeah, gold has been moving really well during the Asia market. I still don't have a good read on it, so I try to stay away. But it's fun to look at the chart and see that something's actually moving. It's hovering right around the bottom of the 15-minute opening range. This is the bottom of the range right here. Keeps trying to break lower. Yeah, it's definitely fighting. This is weird price action, you guys. Like there was that big dump and then there's lots of jumps. Like it's very jumpy to the downside and then buyers just come and take it right back up. Yeah, this is weird, you guys. Alrighty. Well, maybe it's going higher. Don't normally do it, but I'm going to re-enter it just because it was a small position and I do feel like it's going lower still. We'll see if it works this time. Jeez. All right. London low is at 881. Asia is at like 874. Let's see if it gets down there. Just like before, like I said, super jumpy, like big random move down and then it gets bought right back up. Yeah, in despair, thank you. He said it. If you guys haven't already, go hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. The business lens, how to enter the giveaway. I'll do it later once trading slows down, price action is bad. I usually do it an hour and a half to 2 hours into the stream, depending on price action. But what I'll do is I'll put a Google form in the chat and you'll just put your name and email and stuff on it. And then I'll do a drawing. Oh, geez. I don't like this. Sitting right at VWAP again. I'm not going to give this much room because I don't like it. I don't want to be in it if it goes much further. Every time it tries to break below that 15-minute opening range low, it just holds. That's also yesterday's high, but I mean, other than that, there's not a ton going on over there. Like, that's not a big level to get bought up. I think it's just ugly, choppy price action, that's all. Look at that, you guys, on the 2-minute chart. That is ugly. What do people call that? Barcode price action? Something like that. You can't see it on the 5-minute. The 2-minute, geez. Is that the overnight open? Yeah, kinda. A little bit above it. This chart is making me ill. Yeah, I feel ya. This sucks. This is not what I would have expected for a CPI or a PPI day. We got like 2 minutes of good volatility. After that, not even 1 minute. This is the 1 minute chart. We got 1 minute of movement. After that, it's kind of just been a gross chop fest. Well, at this point, the whole 15-minute opening range might be the same as the 60-minute initial balance. FX Tomesh, hello. We're just sitting here watching some ugly chop action for the last 30 minutes, 20 minutes. This is when you go flip a coin. It's like Vegas gambling odds. Are we putting it on red or black? I don't know if Maverick is joking or not, but I was joking. There's no coin flip strategy that I know of, or at least not one that I use. I think maybe he was just joking because it's so choppy. You don't know if it's consolidating for a bigger move up or it's consolidating for a bigger move down. You think all-time highs are coming today? I don't know if you can say bulls only after that open. That was a pretty big drop at the open. It was a 60-point 1 minute candle at the open. All right, well, it looks like that level is going to hold and it is moving up. That's the strategy right there. Call it in the air, long or short in the air, and then just manifest it. I love it. All right. Looks like that level's holding. Let's see where this bad boy goes. Stop at opening range high or go all the way back up to the top of that news candle. Can you hear me now? All right, cool. Same thing as yesterday. I don't like the lack of continuation. Like the low volume, chop, mess, I don't like it. Just go already. Come on already. This thing's gonna make me have a panic attack before it's over. Just go already. Oh my goodness. All right, who else is sitting through this choppiness in the long? I know Mohammed's in a long from 948. FX Somesh, I'm guessing you're in it since you've been talking about it. G-Man did it in a paper account because you're already green from last night. Who else is in a long? Old Cracker Barrel, I'm long but bored. Yeah, I'm starting to feel that too. I'm saying out loud what you're thinking. Yeah, this would be a really tough position to be scalping. Because to me, a scalp is like a couple seconds, super quick, catching the momentum in and out. This is not scalping kind of conditions. It's definitely choppy and slow. There's no momentum behind it. That makes me laugh that apparently I'm speaking out loud what you're thinking. Yep. I don't know. I find that on these streams I say like what I'm thinking. Like the reasons I'm taking a trade or the reasons that I'm like feeling frustrated and I shouldn't take a trade or whatever's going on in my head. I'll say those things out loud. It helps. I think it helps me like not get tilted maybe. I don't know. Just kind of talking through my emotions. Finally getting a little movement up, but I'm on the 1 minute chart. I need to get off the 1 minute, maybe move to like the 5 minute. There we go. So we can actually see when it's actually following through. Let's see if we can get a good closure on this 5 minute. I still got 4 minutes left on it. Hopefully it doesn't turn into another one with a wick on the top. Let's get some continuation. Yeah, I'm okay with like setting my position and my stop loss and take profit and stuff and leaving it. But I think I feel a lot better about it if my stop loss is in profit. Like the fact that it's kind of chopping around my entry doesn't make it fun. But if it was like way up here and I can move into profit and then just kind of let it ride, then it's a lot easier to be patient. Because then I can not have as much emotion about if it's going to hit it or not. Five-minute candle not looking good right now. Come on. Well, while this is chopping out around and we're waiting for it to play out, I will start working on the giveaway form. And then if you guys haven't already, go hit that like button. We have 38 people watching. We have 20 likes. If we get all of you to go hit the like button, we'll probably get to 40. That was a little better on that 5-minute candle. Still not super convincing, but better than the others. This up here is the top of our 15-minute opening range, which is likely to be our initial balance high at this point if it continues chopping. We still have 9 minutes until the initial balance is set, but it might not get up there in the next 9 minutes. So 24K could be a spot for a pullback or some resistance. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. And Kirk, Ram, right? Yeah, I am in a trade. I'm in a long right now. Chopping around. Good thing I didn't trade on Friday. It was volatile. I actually did take some trades on Friday. Friday was a great day for trading. I did finish green. I didn't trade live because I was at my kids' school, which I think you remember because you're asking how they are. But yeah, I did trade on Friday. I was just not live streaming. Friday was good. It was, I think, what was it? Sunday was officially Grandparents' Day, or sometime recently was Grandparents' Day. So my kids' school had a fun grandparents event where they got to go to the school and play board games and bingo and stuff like that. And I'm on the PTO, so I was helping out with that event. You miss those school days? They're the best. Yeah, I'm definitely soaking it up. My husband and I ran a gym for years. We had a small community gym for about 15 years, and we sold it recently about 8 months ago, to be able to spend more time with family. Because the gym hours are tough. Like, we'd have to be there at least one of us, me and my husband, 5 a.m. for coaching classes in the morning, and then classes or gym time in the evening was, think about it, gym hours, people go to work out after work. So from like 4:30 to 7:30 or 8 was our busy time. And that was fine when we didn't have kids or when we had infants that just came along with us everywhere. But now that we have kids that are in school and sports and they have homework and all kinds of stuff, being a gym owner got to be really hard. So we sold the gym, and now this is a new phase of life for me, going from busy entrepreneur, business owner, being the CEO kind of, that was what I felt like, just always having something to do, totally full calendar, sales meetings, marketing, all that stuff. And now I trade part-time and then full-time mom. I'm on a PTO board member, and I coach my kids' soccer teams, and I coached their basketball last year. So it's fun. I'm not complaining at all, but it's definitely a new season of life, going from busy business owner to, I'm not exactly a stay-at-home mom, but that's what I feel like sometimes. It's pretty crazy. Going from the physical gym to the mental gym, yeah. It's hard, honestly. The days where I'm not super disciplined with trading, you guys can probably relate. We know what we're supposed to do as a trader. Just follow your rules. Don't overtrade, don't oversize, don't revenge trade, all that stuff. Just control your emotions and trade, and we would all be super profitable, right? That, it's as simple as that, but it's not easy to be that disciplined. And I'm very disciplined in my life in so many other areas. Like I said, I was a business owner. I'm really organized. I'm very disciplined with regular workouts. I meal prep all the time. I'm good with nutrition. I show up on time. I'm one of those people that's very disciplined. And then in the world of trading, when I just lose it some days, I'm like, what is wrong with me? Why is this so hard? Ready for the big move? I don't know, FX I don't know if it's going to just immediately move up, because we do have initial balance high up at 24K, 24,000.5 pretty much. Just kind of being a round psychological number and being the initial balance high, I feel like we're going to get some resistance there. You're just a computer tech person? I'm sure you're more than that. How old am I? I am 40. All right, so looking at our session volume profile, our point of control is right around where we're at right now. So hopefully it's kind of just pulling back to that point of control and we're going to bounce from here. Still choppy. Well, thank you, Ram. Well, that's a good sign that it's holding above point of control and bouncing from there. So the initial balance is set at this point, so I can change this label. Technically is the initial balance high at this point. The point of control, Ram, is on the, I just use the session volume profile indicator, and I have it, this yellow dotted line, so it's at about 23,965 is what it's sitting at right now. And no, I entered at 23,958. That's my entry. I entered 3 contracts as we passed VWAP, so my first entry was at like 23,945-ish. And then once we passed the news candle anchored VWAP, I added 2 more. So that's why my average is about 958. How many years of trading experience? About 11 months. So still somewhat new compared to a lot of people out there. I started at the end of September of 2024, so almost a year, coming up on a year. Well, thanks. I don't know if I'd say I'm advanced. I do feel like I learned the technical analysis part of things quickly. Like I have a decent read on price action. Decent. I'm not saying I'm great, obviously. Today I got tripped up, and there's definitely days that I do. My biggest area of improvement needs to be the emotional side of things and like the trade management side of things. There's still days that I, oversize, overtrade, all that stuff. It has improved like tenfold. It's gotten so much better. But that's my area of weakness out of everything. Yogis and monks would make better traders. Yeah, possibly. I could see that. Just being able to like totally disconnect and not be emotional about it. That would be an interesting study if there was some sort of like mentorship program that taught people how to trade. try teaching a whole bunch of like yoga, monk type of people that are really good with getting into Zen or whatever, detaching, see how well they do. Emery, no, I actually don't mark off monthly volume profile. I do look at higher time frame, like visible range volume profile. That's what these gray shaded areas are. I'll look at the 1 hour or the 4 hour, like zoom out and use the visible range volume profile, which is this one on the right over here. And then I mark off the weekly volume profile, which we're way above those. The weekly number value areas are way down here. Like previous week's value area high is at 754. Point of control is all the way down here. We've moved up a lot since last week's value area numbers. But no, I don't watch the monthly. That would be an interesting thing to add in and see if that's something that would impact what I'm watching. I kind of feel like for me, those numbers would get touched, or like I would be able to find them, I guess is a good way to put it, by looking at the higher time frame visible range volume profile. Because I zoom out to like the 4 hour, so I'm definitely catching the monthly. But we're kind of at a spot where, I mean, we're so high, there's not really much resistance up here. You could be right though. That could be why we're kind of chopping around this area and why we're stuck if we're at last month's value area high. Yeah, Nick, I agree with you. One of the hard areas is figuring out the choppiness. I've gotten better at that. I used to get stuck in the choppiness a lot and even flip long and short, like going back and forth. A couple of things that have helped me start avoiding the choppiness is, for one, getting off the 1 minute chart. Like if you look at the 1 minute chart, you could definitely see where you can get chopped up. Like this area right here, where it kind of like rounded off and then there was that big 1 minute candle down, I could see where if you were in a long, you would have been like, oh shoot, I need to flip short. And then this right here, where it sold off and then immediately bought back right back up, you could have been like, oh shoot, we're going long. So get off the 1 minute chart. If you're on the 1 minute, stop trading there. Because if you zoom out to the 5 minute, what I just described on the 1 minute, you can see on the 5 minute that it's just choppy in this little range. So that's one thing that's helped me. I think the second thing is looking at the VWAPs and the angle of the VWAP. So you can see that they're kind of starting to level off and they don't have much of an angle up or down. So I'm already in a trade. Like I got in when it was a little bit more momentum. So I'm just going to hold it at this point. But yeah, if I was looking for a trade at this point, I wouldn't be getting in because you can tell it's choppy. Dropping down below point of control. Let's see how these next couple candles close. Yeah, chop near VWAP, and then when the angle of VWAP is flat, when it's not angled up or down, it's usually not going anywhere with momentum. 5 minute, and then the 15 minute is a good one to zoom out to also, just to kind of get a little bit of an indication of if there is chop, what's going on, which direction is it going. So like to me, looking at the 15 minute, I do see some wicks on the top side. So that definitely shows that buyers are having trouble moving this thing up. We also have a fair value gap on the 15 minute that was created in that big opening candle. So we could have some trouble getting through this fair value gap. That could be part of the reason that we're stuck in this chop. But I also see that there's no red candle, so sellers aren't winning either. So that doesn't make me want to enter a short. So I don't know. That's just something that's helped me not get tilted and like flip-flop back and forth in the chop. Just zoom out and see what's actually going on. Ram got in a short on YM. What all do you trade? I know you've talked about NQ, YM. What else do you trade? Renzo, I think I've heard you talk about the gamma levels before. Is that an indicator? Like just on TradingView? Like one of these? I'll have to play around with that. Because I think if it was you, someone in the chat was talking about gamma levels and saying that a lot of times they're similar to what I've marked on my volume profile. So I'll have to check those out. Well, Ram, your grandma was right. If you bought gold back when your grandma told you to buy it years ago, you probably would have had a nice little chunk of change sitting in that account. Gold has been pumping. You get them from quant data. Is that something like Bookmap or like one of those subscriptions that you pay for, you buy into? I'm not familiar with that. I kind of went through a phase where I had tons of indicators on my chart and it was just too much. Like even right now, I feel like I have too much stuff on my chart. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. I feel like when there's too much stuff, it starts to make me second guess Because I'm like, well, this indicator is telling me I should buy, but then Bookmap is telling me I should sell, and it just makes me lose confidence in what I'm doing. I actually stopped using Bookmap recently. A couple reasons. One is I wasn't using it very well anyway. But also because I was using the free version that they have. Like, there were some YouTube streamers that were streaming it for free. And I'm pretty sure Bookmap told them all to stop because all those channels disappeared. So the fact that I wasn't using it very successfully anyway, which is my own fault. I know there's tons of people who use it really well. I just didn't study up on it enough. So I know it can be useful, just it wasn't for me. So the fact that I wasn't using it very well, and then the fact that it wasn't free anymore, I'm not going to pay for it. So I stopped using Bookmap. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know there was a free Bookmap on Bookmap. The one I was talking about was there were some YouTube streamers that paid for Bookmap and then streamed it live. And I'm pretty sure Bookmap made them stop. Which they should. I think that was the right thing to do. They should be allowed to stop that. Still chopping around. I feel like whenever this thing decides to break, whether it's up or down, it's gonna be pretty powerful. It's interesting that volume has died off so much, though. Really, beyond the first couple minutes of the open, there hasn't been much. And you can see it right here. Look at that. From the open to now, it's just dropped off a cliff. Lunchtime will come and it'll be a big move. Yeah. Putting everyone to sleep for now. Waiting to trap everyone. All right, we're getting a little move outside of that consolidation zone. Kind of making its way up to IB high. Let's see what happens there. I am going to move my stop loss to break even at this point, because I want to see it stay outside of the chop zone. If it gets back into it, it's not a great sign. There you go, Ram. Good job. Good job. Got that tiny move up. Not closing up there though. Oh, I haven't posted it yet, Mohammed. I'll do that. Let me pull it up. I'll put it in the chat. Yes, Ram, you just made my day. Little more profitable. Let's go. Oops, that's not right, you guys. Hold on, I just posted the Discord link. Let me delete that. That should be right. All right, there's the Google form giveaway, you guys. We're not going to be doing it anytime soon. I want to see how this position plays out. But that'll give you guys a chance to fill it out. So name, email, YouTube name, and then email. The biggest thing is make sure your email address is a valid email, because that's how we'll send you the account if you're the winner. I just put it in the chat, Mohammed. Do you see it? It's the comment, the post right above yours. G-Man, I just saw your entry. No longer G-Man. You can call me Gold Digger. Oh, that's funny. This sucks, you guys. It's about to stop me out. Oh, good luck, Shez. Have fun. Hope you have a good day. Yeah, Maverick, same. I agree. I thought there was going to be a whole lot more volatility. We got nothing after the first 1 minute candle. Like literally 1 minute. Now it's just choppy. All right, I'll go ahead and move this over since that position is stopped out. No longer in a trade. Now watch it pump from here. Well, at this point, what I'm watching for is I'm going to see how it reacts at initial balance high. See if it comes up there and rejects, or if it just breaks out and we get a retest trend continuation. I wouldn't be surprised though if we get some sort of rejection at IB high. Choppy, choppy. It did almost come up and fill that 15-minute fair value gap. Yeah, you're right, G-Man. It's definitely nice when the New York session is like this and you're already done and you can just sit here and watch pain-free. But then sometimes the reverse is true too, where if you're trying to take a trade during Asia, the Asia session is choppy and you can't find anything there either. Sometimes I feel like it's the London session that's the winner. And that could just be hindsight. I'm fully aware of that. Like, sometimes it's easy to look back and see how clean things were and how it reacted off of levels. But when you're in it, it might not look that good. Like, it's not as easy when you're trading it live. But looking back on the New York or the London session, sometimes I'm like, man, that looks so pretty. Man, where is this thing going? Yeah, I feel you, Maverick. That's why, I mean, I would like it to come back up and retest IB high, and I would definitely be interested in watching for a short there. It's weird how it's choppy and might come down from here. There's definitely levels below that are valid to like retrace to. And never came back down and filled the regular trading hours gap, which it doesn't have to. I'm not saying it'll happen today. It could be another day. But we also have London and Asia low here. And then it never retested yesterday's point of control, which I know is a long way down. It would have to get pretty bearish to do that. I want to see something happen. What is going on? Super tight little range. Let me check financial juice again. Sometimes they add like Trump is speaking later today. Make sure nothing like that's happening. Well, they did. At 11:30 Eastern, Trump receives an intelligence briefing. I have no idea what that means, but if it has anything to do with like AI or whatever, I could see where that could affect NQ. So that happens in about 27 minutes. If you guys are just hopping on, we are doing a giveaway later today. I put the form in the chat. Feel free to fill that out. We'll do it in a little while. Man, I want to take a short, but we're still above VWAP, and I could see where it could still come up to retest IB high. So I'm not going to do it, but that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Where are you headed, NQ? What are you doing? Is the market waiting for Trump's talk at 11:30? Is that what's going on? I mean, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. His intelligence briefing that he has. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it would be a big deal. I mean, like I said, I could see where it could affect NQ if it is something about AI, because that'll affect some of the companies that are in NASDAQ. But that's just me pulling straws, honestly, trying to make sense of this. I don't know. Price action is definitely not looking like it wants to pump. I guess it's just going to put everyone to sleep. Maybe destroy a couple of accounts in the middle of this chop action, and then the real move is going to happen. Maybe that's what's going on. Am I an overall profitable trader? I am. I can't speak words though. I can't read your comment. Yeah, overall, yes. If you count like the amount that I've paid into prop firms versus the amount of payouts that I've taken, I am in the green on that. I'm still new though. Still less than a year into the trading world. Started in September of last year. Took my first payout in February of this year. And so far this year, I've taken out about 35,000 in payouts. So nothing extraordinary, but getting a little bit better every day. That's the goal. I've learned to kind of slow down and like just take it week by week. When I got into trading, I definitely was like, I'm just going to do this fast. Like, screw the learning curve. I'm going to go all in. And that led to, oversizing, over trading, revenge trading, all that stuff. Trading like a degen. So once I've like slowed down and stopped trying to count the days until I get a payout, miraculously my trading has gotten a lot better. And I'm actually taking more payouts. Still stuck in the chop. Dang, man. This is no fun. When I passed and started funded trading, how many dollars did I take as a position and how did I manage the buffer before the payout? So how many dollars did I take as a position? I'm not sure what you mean by that. But I typically trade 50K accounts. So there's a 2K drawdown and I usually risk about $200 per trade. Usually. And then I don't look for a specific like 2-to-1, 3-to-1. Like I don't trade to a specific risk to reward. I just trade to my levels and trade for based on price action. And sometimes I'll take partial profit. Sometimes I'll trail my stop loss. So I don't have a specific R multiple that I trade to. So I'm not sure how to answer that question in terms of like a dollar amount because I just trade price action. And then how do I manage the buffer before payout is I usually try to keep that same $2,000 buffer that you start with. So like, for example, Tradeify, you can trade to, like in the 50K account, you can trade up to a $3,000 profit amount and you can take $1,500 out. That would only leave you $1,500 left. So if you traded at $3,000 in profit and you took the max payout, you only have $1,500 left. I usually trade to $3,500 so that I can take out $1,500, which is the max, and leave $2K as a buffer. So depending on what prop firm it is, that's what I usually do, is try to leave 2K in there. And the reason for that is because I'm not trading just to a payout. My goal is to like keep the account. In the beginning, I think that was my goal though, like just do the minimum requirement so that I can get a payout. But now that I feel like I have a better system and more confidence, my goal is to keep the account as long as possible and not blow the account. So I want to leave a little bit of a buffer in there. All right. That weakness showed up. It continued. I am taking a small-ish position because I feel like I'm chasing it a little bit. But it is breaking below VWAP. And there's lots of levels below that I feel like it could come down to. So entry was 947.25. Let's see if it comes down to IB low. And then really it could come down to like Asia low, London low, somewhere in this vicinity, and possibly bounce for a failed auction too. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves though. Let's see how this plays out. I'd like to see this 5-minute candle actually close below VWAP. I did enter a little bit early because I didn't wait for confirmation of the close below. It technically still could like bounce off of it. So far looking good. So we have initial balance low down here. Let's see if it makes it all the way down there. That was a good, strong 5-minute close below VWAP, so I feel good about it. I definitely could have gone a little bigger in my position. I just felt like I was chasing it. The real target, I feel like it could come down to this 850 to 840 level. I might leave a runner. I'm going to see how it reacts at initial balance low. There might be an opportunity to scale out and hold a runner all the way down here. Or possibly as well, if it like stays heavy and just goes straight below IB low and then retests, we could also add to our position potentially. So just some scenarios that I'm watching. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves though. It hasn't even made it down to initial balance low. I love your comment, Maverick. It makes me laugh. I trust nothing. I trust no one. Just gonna go ahead and lock it in. Not a bad idea, especially with Trump talking in 9 minutes. Well, I don't know if he's talking. He's getting some sort of intelligence briefing, but you know that man can't just sit there and not talk. He's probably going to say something. Something popped up on Financial Juice with, I guess Trump said something about Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones. That was at 11:09. That was before this candle though, so I don't think that's why this is dropping. All right, what's our session volume profile looking like? We have broken below value area low. So that's a decent sign for continuation if it like holds. Justin, good question. What's the reasoning here? So, a couple things. It was in this choppy consolidation. It was looking weak to me. Just every time it got bought back up, it was going down. But either way, I figured whatever move it happened out of this consolidation was going to be a big move to the upside or the downside. I was leaning towards downside though, just to me it looked weak. But I was thinking it might come up to initial balance high before coming down. It never did. So on this candle where it got heavy and dropped below VWAP, that's when I entered. And target is kind of up in the air at this point. I'm going to see how it reacts at initial balance low, if it ever gets there. And possibly scale out of profits, or if this thing just gets heavy and dumps, we could possibly add to our position if it breaks out of initial balance and looks to continue lower. We do have a couple of significant targets below. The regular trading hours gap fill would be at like 23,880-ish, which is also right around London low and Asia low. So this general area right here would be a decent spot to come down to and get a bounce there. Or value area low and point of control from yesterday is a good spot. Point of control from yesterday, or point of control in general, is often retested. And then even more reason, if you look at the higher time frame, this 4-hour candle right here. Let me turn off some of this so you can see it better. This 4-hour candle, there's a little bit of a fair value gap that hasn't been filled yet. So 850-ish could be a good target. But that's like, there's a long way to go until there. Kind of just looking at like extended targets. It's getting a little bounce at the 15-minute opening range low right now. A Dorito pattern? I don't even know what that is, Maverick. What's a Dorito pattern? I'm gonna have to Google that and look it up. Sounds like someone who was trading and just got hungry and wanted some snacks. And they made up a name for something they saw on the screen at the time. Well, I mean, when you zoom out, price does look a little bearish. This was our opening candle right here. And then we had a couple of little green candles. We got a little bounce, but lots of wicks on the top side. Still just choppy, kind of staying in this range. What is our initial balance range? 106 points, you guys. For a day, a PPI news day, 106 point range on NQ? What the heck? Getting a little retest of VWAP. Justin, this is a funded account. It's I'm trading with Top 1 Futures. All right, I'm adding one to my position. It came up and retested VWAP and it's starting to get a little rejection. Let's see if we get some continuation down. I'll check out Discord, Maverick. I like how you posted the Dorito on there. Beautiful, beautiful artwork. That's pretty funny. Is it gonna continue or is it gonna keep making me wait for it? Loser, I just saw your question. You gotta change your screen name, buddy. I don't like calling you loser. That's just mean. Gotta change it to something more positive and nice. But you asked, how did I learn trading? YouTube, honestly. Just hours and hours and hours. Probably 1,000+ hours of YouTube videos. That was it. All right, we're coming back down to the 15-minute opening range low. That's kind of where we got our bounce earlier on the last candle. See if we can get some continuation below that. See what happens at IB low here, which I marked on this chart too. Coming down to the blue line. That's a good question, Justin. I think everyone's different. I personally learned better on evals than I did on paper trading. Just because it's kind of easy to like be profitable at paper trading because there's no emotion behind it and you can just like size up or just scratch that position. Like, who cares if I lose on this one? It's just, there's no emotion and investment behind it. So I guess my first question would be, do you feel like you're blowing your evals because you are the problem? Like, are you oversizing? Are you revenge trading? Are you trading minis or are you trading micros? And are you trying to rush it? Like some of these ones where they have a 1 day to pass, are you trying to pass it in 1 day? If any of those ring true, then I would say maybe it's you and it's not that you don't know enough yet. It's that maybe you need to take a like step back and slow down a little bit. But if you feel like you still don't have a good strategy, like, do you know what you're looking for? Like, do you trade with volume? Do you have EMAs? Do you trade the initial balance? Like, what's your strategy? If you don't feel like you have a good answer for that and you're kind of just guessing, and if there's a big green candle you're buying and a big red candle you're selling, then yeah, go back to figuring out what your strategy is. So to answer your question, if it's that you don't have a strategy, go back to, I wouldn't even say paper trading, just go back to figure out what your strategy is. And then if it's that you have a strategy, you are just not managing the trades properly, then continue with evals. That way you have like prop firm evals. Find something that's cheap. You can find some out there for like $70 to $100. Just get one. Don't try to copy trade and take your time. Like if it takes the entire month to pass, that's okay. Just take it slow and use that to kind of practice. Treat it like a paper trading account, but downsize. So, hope that helps. Yeah, I know I'm a little bit biased, but I definitely like buying into a prop firm eval, even if you just get a super cheap one. But then there's something in your brain that makes you slow down and actually be careful with the trades that you enter. So get something cheap. Top Step, I think, is an okay option when you're still brand new and possibly blowing accounts, because it's only $49 for the 50K account. Top Step starts to get really expensive when you're actually passing the accounts, because then you have $149 activation fee, so it ends up being $200. But if you're still blowing accounts, then Top Step is a decent choice. I also really like Lucid is good for evals. They have a sale going on right now where it's $93 and there's no activation fee. So overall, if you're actually passing the eval, it's cheaper with Lucid. And Tradeify is about the same. If you do their growth account, I think it's like $93 or $95, something like that. TradeDay is a great option too. Theirs is a little bit more. I think it's right now with their sale, it's $115 for the eval. But the way they have it structured is actually nice because it forces you to slow down. It's a 7-day eval and they want you to like take base hits and kind of spread it out over the 7 days. So that might help if you feel like you're mentally, like Top Step, for example, you can pass it in 2 days. So if you're like, all right, I got a trade to get $1,500 and then tomorrow another $1,500, you're probably going to blow the account. So either slow it down yourself and put some sort of guardrails on yourself with Top Step, or try something like TradeDay that forces you to slow down and hit base hits every day. But the three that I just mentioned, I like them for evals because they don't have an activation fee, which is nice. If you're currently in the stage where you're still blowing accounts, then Top Step is good because it's only $49. But once you get to where you're passing them, Top Step gets pricey. Well, It bounced again. It's still holding at that 15-minute opening range low, but still stuck below VWAP. So let's see if this holds. Yeah, $200 is not nothing. Use that though, Justin. Use that to like make you slow down and take it seriously and really think about every trade that you're entering. Like, am I following my rules? Am I sizing appropriately? Am I managing my risk? That's all the stuff that is really going to make or break trading for you. And you're not going to learn that stuff with paper trading. You're not going to feel that tug of emotion when you oversize. Because you're like, I don't care. I'm not actually losing money. You got to learn that in the trenches. That's why I think prop firms are such a good option. This sucks, you guys. There is no continuation either way. Like, do something already. We got a little boost of volume on that last 15-minute candle and it died. Go down. I had to fix that a little bit. 944 is my entry. This is just chopping around in the middle of the range. Ugly, ugly. All right, I'm closing it. Closed that one early. It's not doing what I thought it would do. Took a loss. All right, let's do something more fun. Let's see what we got for the giveaway. Let me pull up the form. I know I posted it in the chat quite a while ago, so I'm going to post it again just in case. If there's anyone new in here that hasn't filled it out yet, because I haven't talked about it in a little while. There's the Google form, put your info there, and I'll pull everyone's name and we'll do a draw in here in a little bit. Even looking at the higher time frame, it's like, what is this thing doing? Ugly choppiness. Doesn't it look like it wants to go down though? Maybe that's just me starting to see stuff, but geez. Look at how flat the VWAPs are though. There is no direction at all. All right, we got 26 entries. I'll give you guys like one more minute. Anyone else wants to do the duck race? Put your name down. And if you guys haven't already, go hit that like button. That would help too. We're so close to 40. So close. All right, you guys, last call. Oh, we just had one more, two more responses. Get them in, get them in. All right, giveaway form is closed. I'm gonna start copying and pasting everyone's names. This is the real reason you guys show up. I agree. It's fun. I wish I had enough accounts to give away every single day because this is so much more fun. All right. This is the moment that you guys have been waiting for. Are you guys ready? On your mark, get set, go. D, you're ready for Christmas already. You got the Christmas duck. I love it. It's not even Halloween yet, and you're already ready for Christmas. Oh, we still have a minute left in the race. Don't come out too hot too soon. You're gonna get tired, Maxwell. Oh man, Maxwell has some endurance. Oh, Jessica. Jessica looks angry. She's fierce. Come on, we got 30 seconds left. Time to turn on those nitro boosters. Oh, this is a tight race. Sherida coming out hot. Kirk, are you going to win from behind, Kirk? Oh. Sherida, you went off too soon. George, coming from behind. Oh, George takes it. That's hilarious. All right, George, are you in the chat? Where are you at, George? Let's make sure George is here. Let me find, who is George? YouTube name is Shaw. Where are you at, George? Must be present to win. George, give him another minute. Shaw G, are you in the chat? Yep, that's what I'm thinking in despair. If George doesn't show up here soon, we're going to do it again. All right, George. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Yep. All right, we'll do it again. Let me edit. And let's do 1 minute. There we go. Way more fun than watching the charts. Absolutely. Yeah, so this is going to be a real test for endurance. 2 races back to back. Ready, go! And we're off. All right, Kirk is feeling better. I don't know if you noticed, Kirk, but your duck was sick last time. Mohammed, you're all serious in your business suit, man. Oh, we got Batman coming up. Well, Summer is a panda bear. I've never seen that before. That's hilarious. Mohammed, you've been holding the pace the whole time. Oh, Kirk. Kirk with the strong finish. Oh, Kirk wins. All right. Do we have Kirk in the chat? That's Maverick. Is Maverick here? Yeah, getting ahead early is usually not good. But your duck pulled it off. All right. Well, that was you, Maverick, right? That's what I show on my form. Kirk is Maverick. Send me a message in Discord and we'll get your account sent over to you. There's a couple of accounts you can choose from, so I'll talk to you about it in Discord. Send me a message there, we'll connect. Other than that, you guys, I'm finishing red today. Down 284 in these accounts. Kind of got chopped up in this sucky price action today. Hopefully we get a little more movement. What I'm going to do is set some alerts at initial balance high if we make it up here. And then I'll set another one at the 15-minute opening range low. Because that would mean that we're like back below VWAP and maybe making new lows again. So that would kind of be the range that I would want to see it get out of. I still feel like it's going lower. It's just taking out accounts before then. All right, 940.75, trying it again. Let's see. So I don't know if anyone out there is a VWAP trader, but one thing that I've noticed is sometimes it'll like break VWAP and then kind of go the opposite direction before the real break happens. So on the higher time frame, it's kind of just chopping around. But since it broke below, this might be the real move. And again, leaning towards it going down. Have a good walk, Maverick. It is breaking below VWAP. Pretty strong break below. Let's see if it actually gets below this 15-minute opening range low and holds it. That's where we bounced last time. Golly, it's kind of the theme of the day where it'll like have a big move and then just chop. No continuation. DK, I have my final target all the way down here at point of control from yesterday's New York session. But I'm definitely going to scale out along the way. I haven't set my scaled out targets yet just because it's not moving. But I'll probably take some off at initial balance low. And then Asia low and London low, which are around like 880 and 870. And then depending on how price moves, if it like gets heavy and actually continues, and gets out of this chop, 850 would be the target. But I don't know. I've been in a couple positions today that just chops around for hours. I shouldn't say a couple positions for hours, because then that would have been 4 hours on the stream. We've only been here for 2.5, but it feels like forever. We'll see what happens at IB low. If it has a really big bounce there, I'll just close it out. I would not be surprised to see some continuation to the downside though. Well, maybe I'm hopeful. It's been super choppy. I shouldn't say I wouldn't be surprised. Days like today suck. We got momentum for 2 minutes. Sucked me into that position, made me want to trade it, and now it chops. Meanwhile, crude gushes. Does that mean oil's moving? Is that what you're saying? Oh, dang. Holy cow. What happened? Did some news come out that made that happen? Dang. So if price doesn't really pull back today and it kind of just hovers here and we get more bullish news tomorrow with CPI, we're definitely going to all-time highs, right? Like, I don't feel like there's enough resistance overhead to stop anything at this point. It's all just going to be news driven, up or down. It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Doing it again. These last couple 15-minute candles have closed with some tails on the bottom. If we break below 23.921, I think it could come down to IB low. 921 is the previous low, and that's also right where the 15-minute opening range low is. So that's kind of where it's holding at this point. Having trouble breaking below that. Well, someone earlier was saying that there's going to be no volatility in the morning and then it's all going to come at the lunch hour. If that's the case, if that person was right, it should be coming soon, right? Making its way down. Are we going to retest that level? 23,920. Break below that. And then we're going to IB low. Come on. Here we go. Kind of technically broke below. See if we can get some continuation on this next candle. All right, now that we have broken the most recent low, I am going to move my stop loss to break even, because that was kind of the level I was watching. Now let's get some continuation down to IB low and then see what happens there. If we start to get a big bounce, I might just close my position altogether. But down below we have London low at 881 and then 873. So if we get some continuation, that's kind of what I'm looking for, is a buy up of those. But we'll see. TT, are you just talking like generally that happens, or my entry specifically? Heading down to IB low. Yeah, that's definitely happened on the last two trades. Today in general is choppy. This was probably one of those days it would have been better to be a scalper or like just try to go for 20 points, you know? Just kind of trade the range. And since I was trying to hold my positions, that would be what's been happening, where it moves a little bit and then comes back and retraces towards my entry. Let's see if this one actually plays out. Like it got close to that IB low and now it's bouncing. So we have all of this chop right here. Let's see if that, like, since we kind of broke below it, maybe it'll hold as resistance, or if it's a liquidity grab and it's going to bounce from there. If that's the case, if it's just going to bounce from this random, like, mid-range level, then I need to be done. Because I play off of levels. I do better when it actually clearly hits a level. And this is just bouncing at random spots. We do have this high volume node right here on the current session volume profile. If it comes up to here, it could reject. That would be like 23,930-ish. So let's see if it holds. Otherwise, it could be grabbing this liquidity and bouncing. All right, so far so good. Watching the session volume profile, it looks like it is holding below there. Kind of just came back up to retest this 15-minute opening range low level that has been holding. Not getting a ton of continuation to the downside though. We are getting little spurts and pockets of higher volume. You can see some spikes here. but pretty dead since that first 5 minutes. Still stuck at that 920 level. All right, I'm gonna leave the trade on. I'll be right back, guys. Well, looks like I didn't miss much. I went and grabbed myself a drink and pulled dinner out of the freezer. I'm gonna make I have a pork, but I'm gonna do some shredded pork in the pot roast, in the crock pot. And then I'm gonna eat it over sweet potatoes for dinner with some broccoli on the side. My older son likes sweet potatoes. My younger two kids don't. So I'll probably put it over like French fries or something for them. I think, never mind. I was going to say I have some tortillas. We could do tacos too, but I think we're out of tortillas. Lots of options with shredded pork. Still stuck at that 920 level. I'm not understanding the importance of this level. Like, why is 920 holding? It would make sense if it was a little bit lower because we have previous day high and we have a couple like bodies of candles down below. I mean, really all it is the 15-minute opening range low. What else? I guess it's just low volume choppiness that's making it not really go anywhere. So maybe it's not that the level's significant. We do have this 5-minute fair value gap that it's kind of chopping around in. It is starting to get back below that. Hey, Fervin, why do you say wow? Wow, what? Trying not to read into each candle too much just because it has been choppy. But the voice in my head is like, oh, it's moving down. Oh, no, it's not. Oh. What platform am I using? This is Project X. I love Project X. I've gotten to where I like it enough that I won't trade with a prop firm that doesn't have it. So I'm so excited. Like, I love Tradeify. I'm so excited that they're releasing Project X this weekend. So I'll be loading back up on accounts with them. But this currently, the one that I have up right now is Top One Futures. I like them a lot too. I actually just took a payout from them about 10 days ago. And then Lucid and TradeDay. There's a couple others too. Quite a few people are starting to adopt Project X, but that's what this is. In my videos, I was doing pull-ups, bench, weightlifting, hit. I don't know if I was ever doing jumping jacks. Jump rope, maybe. But yeah, I do CrossFit. So yeah, I do share some videos every once in a while. It's fun. I've been doing it for, gosh, 18 years, 17 years. I don't know. I've been doing it for a long time. Maybe not 18, probably 17. It's getting harder though. I started when I was, in my 20s, when I didn't have kids and my recovery was a lot better. I could work out 5 or 6 days a week and just recover. Now I feel old. Everything hurts. It takes a lot longer to warm up. You came to America in January for Wadapalooza? That's awesome. The Wadapalooza in January, that's the one that's in California, right? I think Wadapalooza in Florida is in like March or something. So you must have gone to the California one. Very cool. Were you competing at Wadapalooza or were you just watching? Okay, you were in the Miami one. Okay. Maybe it's just this year that they're moving it to March in 2025. I think they just announced something like that. I think Miami's doing a big campaign to try to kind of change the vibe of spring break and have it be less like party drunken scene. So in March in Miami, they're having, I think they have a marathon, they have a High Rocks, they have Wadapalooza, and then some sort of fitness expo something. So they're trying to kind of have a health and wellness vibe during the month instead of a bunch of alcoholics roaming the streets for spring break. The difference between CrossFit and HIIT, honestly, I would say they're similar. CrossFit just kind of branded themselves, but they didn't make up a new style of workout. I guess the main difference would be traditional HIIT is more lightweight, maybe some light dumbbells, but a lot of body weight, like push-ups and burpees and lunges and stuff. CrossFit does a lot more complex movements. They'll add in pull-ups and rope climbs and crazy stuff like that, and then heavy barbell movements, which is my favorite. You give me a heavy barbell and I would love it. I like lifting heavy. But the format is the same, where it's intense bursts of working out over a short period of time. Like the idea behind CrossFit is in, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, you can get your butt kicked by a workout. I mean, the workout itself takes an hour because you're warming up and doing all this stuff that goes with it. You can't just show up and lift a heavy barbell with no warm up. So the whole session takes longer than 10 minutes, but the actual conditioning part can be short and fast. So that makes HIIT and CrossFit similar, but the movements that are chosen are usually very different. Yeah, CrossFit involves weightlifting and then, like I said, some more complex gymnastics movements, pull-ups and muscle-ups and things like that. Traditional HIIT would be more like boot camp style stuff where you might have a pair of 5 or 10 pound dumbbells and then a little yoga mat so you can do some sit-ups or push-ups or burpees or something like that. CrossFit usually has a full-on strength and conditioning setup with a pull-up rig and barbells and bumper plates and all that stuff. All right, so we're coming down to initial balance low. I'm going to watch and see how it reacts here because, like I said, it could bounce. If this thing starts to bounce aggressively, I'm just going to close it out. But I would like to see this slow grind continue down. There's definitely some good liquidity levels down below. Well, is this actually going to come all the way down to IB low? This current 1 hour candle that we're on, looking pretty heavy. Still have 12 minutes until it closes, but man. My eyes keep getting drawn to this fair value gap right here. And I think that's just because there's a lot of confluence down there. You can just see visually, that's a good level of support right there at 850, 23,850. Lots of bodies of candles hit we're rejecting right there. And then point of controls from previous sessions are often retested. And that's down at 840 from yesterday. So I don't know. I keep thinking it's going to come lower. It might just take years to get there. It's definitely a slow grind down kind of afternoon. It's still holding above IB low, but it's not showing like buyers are just eating this thing up super aggressively. I don't want to see this thing bounce and hold IB low. I want it to continue. Are you talking about on my chart? On TradingView? It hasn't fully been broken. Like if you zoom in, this candle right here was at 8:50 Central Time. So that was still within the initial balance. And that was all the way down at 894. This most recent candle low was at 897. So not quite broken, unless I'm missing something. Are we talking about like NQ rather instead of MNQ? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, well, that's interesting. What the heck? Why does it do that? Very weird. That's good to know, because this could be turning into a bounce from there. I'm glad you pointed that out. I don't like that. All right. I reversed my position based on the fact that it is kind of a failed auction. I say kind of because it did it on NQ, but not MNQ. So weird. Wonder if it would be smart just to kill it and get out. We do have VWAP sitting around 946. Let's see what happens if it gets up there. It did get back up above that 15-minute opening range low level that kept holding for so long at 920. We also have point of control up here at 967. I don't even know why I'm trying to trade this crap, you guys. I don't know if anyone else feels this, but I feel like price action is doing a good job of just like sucking you in. Like it'll move like this, for example. Is there going to be continuation behind this? Like it'll have a big move and suck you in and be like, oh, I'm going to enter a trade. And then it dies. And I keep getting stuck in that. Just skyrocket up to my TP and let me go home. Oh my gosh, you guys, why am I trading this? VWAP at like 946. Is it going to break through that? We are kind of sitting at that high volume node I mentioned earlier. That's the value area low. If we can break above and hold that, I would feel good about continuation for longs. Like if we got a clean break above 933 and then held it, like a break and retest and continuation, then maybe. $23,950, you think that's where we're going, Renzo? Yeah, I don't know. We definitely have some resistance overhead. We have VWAP here, and then I have point of control sitting at like 967. I could see where that would be a tough spot to break through. For now, it's still stuck at this high volume node though. Hasn't even gotten up above 930. Yeah, exactly what I was talking about. Where price action is just like pulling you in to trade it. One or two good candles and then it just dies. I can't believe we have 36 people in here. Are there actually 36 of you that are trading right now? I didn't realize that many people were watching charts when it's this slow. Do we have any Project X traders in the house? Any people that are big fans of Project X? Let me know in the chat. Or do you not care? You're like, I'll just trade on whatever. I'm a big fan because I love their lockout features where I can set my daily loss limit and my daily profit target, and it like locks me out so I don't have to rely on my own discipline on days where I might be oversizing or do something stupid. I can't blow my account. Like, it's going to lock me out. I know TradeDay has something similar where you can set a profit target or whatever and it'll close out your positions. It's not the same though, because you can go back in and change it and then keep trading. Maybe some of you guys aren't as messed up in the head as I am, but TradeDay does not stop me. Project X, it locks you out and I love it. Anyway, I'll get off my tangent, but I'm super, super excited about the announcement that TradeDay made yesterday. They've been hinting at Project X coming out for, I think it was like February of this year when I heard them talking about it at first. So it's finally supposed to be here this weekend. I'm super excited. They announced a bunch of other cool stuff too, like they're loosening their consistency rules. They're increasing their max payout. So with each payout, it increases. So like the 50K, for example, account, it's 1,500 the first payout, and then it goes up to like 2,000, I think, and then 2,500. So all good things coming. I'm excited. Blue Sky has better payout rules than TopStep, and they have the same platform. Yeah. I've never looked into Blue Sky. I've actually never really been interested in trading with them because I have a trading friend who I actually like know in real life. He lives in the same city as me. And he got a payout. He qualified for a payout with Blue Sky, and he said it took like 4 days. Like, it was a total hassle. And I feel like there's so many options out there for prop firms that you shouldn't have to deal with one that has crappy service like that. Oh yeah, there's definitely people who are against Project X or TopStep X. Like, I think a lot of the prop firms kind of brand it, like TradeDay, they call it TradeDay X. Lucid, I think they call it Lucid X, so whatever. Project X, there's definitely some haters. They don't have like level 2 data or something that I don't use. They don't have all the indicators. There's also something about how they like share your data with other platforms. I don't know. I think a lot of that is maybe rumors or just grumpy people. I'm not sure. I think Honestly, I think what it comes down to is people don't like change. Like there's people who have been around for years and they've been using TradeDay and Ninja Trader for like 5 years, and that's all they know, that's all they want to trade with. So nothing else is ever going to be good enough for them because they like what they know. But I could be wrong. I like it. I don't have any complaints. Yeah, I really like the futures desk. I do have an affiliate code with them. I need to change my banner up top and add the futures desk. I do like the futures desk a lot. They have a really cool journaling program, and just their payout like format is really cool too. You do, once you pass the eval with them, which is in as quick as 5 days if you trade perfectly, you go straight to the broker stage, so it's live trading. It's the fastest platform that I'm familiar with where you actually trade live. Like they give you real money. It's a real real live account. It's not like a sim funded account. So you could get there in as little as 6 days because the eval takes a minimum of 5 days, and then you have to trade to hit a buffer, like a 2K buffer, and you could potentially do that all in one day. And then after that, you get a live brokerage account. It's pretty crazy. Oh, I didn't know that they came from Blue Sky. That's interesting. Interesting info. Well, I don't like the way this is playing out. It's definitely rejecting this 23,930 area and looks like it's going down possibly. If this doesn't get some movement up soon, I might just kill it and walk away. The choppiness is not fun. All right, I'm closing it. It looks like it's rejecting that high volume area. got out of that one. Headed back down towards initial balance low. Let's see if it holds this time or it actually breaks below and continues. Moving my stop loss to break even at this point because it is breaking IB low. So if it does end up bouncing and pulling back, I want to protect it, protect my risk. All right. Got a tiny little bounce on the 5 minute, but no continuation up. Let's see if it keeps going down. I'll be right back. That first target was London low. That's where it's at right now. Asia low is right below it. And then we have that 4-hour fair value gap that I marked off down here. And then yesterday's point of control that has not been retested. This is also, I think, if I remember right, this is where the regular trading hours gap fill is, right where we're at right now. So let's see if we continue. Yeah, regular trading hours is right there. We're filling it right now. So if it's gonna bounce, this is a decent spot for it. Yeah, I'm watching that too. I have the top of the fair value gap at 870, which is also right near Asia low. Initially, I was wondering if it was going to grab the London low and then bounce from there. It's not looking very bouncy. It is holding. This is what I get for trading in the middle of the day. Gonna have to sit through this kind of price action. It's making its way back up towards initial balance low. Come on. Get back below Ivy Low. It did fill the regular trading hours gap, so I guess that's a decent spot for a bounce. I just feel like, why would it go grab that London low and then not grab Asia, which is right there? Gonna be another failed action, huh? Yeah, it bounced at I have the London low. So yeah, it was around 4:20 a.m. Central. There were just some levels below that were like so close. What the heck? I thought I had my stop loss. I don't know what happened. All right. I guess it's bouncing. Yeah, that was a decent level to hold. Now it's getting back up above IB low. Alrighty, I should probably stop trading. Kept it to a small red day, so that's good. Kind of just annoyed with, I guess, the choppy price action. No continuation to where I thought it was headed. Alright guys, if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe so you can see when I do go live in the future, because I do go live daily. I'll be here tomorrow morning again. And then if you haven't already, join Discord too. I do share my levels each day, like areas of interest that I'm watching for, and kind of a game plan for the day. So would be happy to share that with you guys. Have a good one. Take care.